It doesn't do. They haven't enough discrimination for that. Much best make rather a favor of it, than sort of ask them to hire you. Don't you agree? Perhaps I'm wrong. Aaron sat and listened and wondered at the wisdom and the genuine kindness of the young beau. And more still, he wondered at the profound social disillusionment. This handsome collie dog was something of a social wolf, half showing his fangs at the moment, but with genuine kind-heartedness for another wolf. Aaron was touched. "Yes, I think that's the best way," he said. "You do?" "Yes, so do I." "Oh, they are such queer people." "Why is it, do you think, that English people abroad go so very queer, so ultra-English, incredible, and at the same time so perfectly impossible?" "But impossible. Pathological, I assure you. And as for their sexual behavior, oh, dear, don't mention it. I assure you it doesn't bear mention. And all quite flagrant, quite unabashed, under the cover of this fanatical Englishness. But I couldn't begin to tell you all the things. It's just incredible." Aaron wondered how on earth Francis had been able to discover and bear witness to so much that was incredible, in a bare 2 days. But a little gossip, and an addition of lurid imagination will carry you anywhere. "Well now," said Francis. "What are you doing today?" Aaron was not doing anything in particular. "Then will you come and have dinner with us?" Francis fixed up the time and the place, a small restaurant at the other end of the town. Then he leaned out of the window. "Fascinating place." "Oh, fascinating place," he said, soliloquy. "And you've got a superb view." "Almost better than ours, I think. Well then, 7:30. We're meeting a few other people, mostly residents or people staying some time. We're not inviting them. Just dropping in, you know, a little restaurant. We shall see you then." "Well then, arrived a till this evening. So glad you like Florence." "I'm simply loving it, reveling." "And the pictures?" "Oh, the party that evening consisted all of men, Francis and Angus, and a writer, James Argyle, and little Algie Constable, and tiny Louis Me, and deaf Walter Rosen. They all snapped and rattled at one another, and were rather spiteful but rather amusing. Francis and Angus had to leave early. They had another appointment. And James Argyle got quite tipsy, and said to Aaron, 'But, my boy, don't let yourself be led astray by the talk of such people as Algie. Beware of them, my boy, if you've a soul to save. If you've a soul to save.'" And he swallowed the remains of his liter. Algie's nose trembled a little, and his eyes blinked. "And if you've a soul to lose," he said, "I would warn you very earnestly against Argyle." Whereupon Algie shut one eye and opened the other so wide, that Aaron was almost scared. "Quite right, my boy. Ha! Ha! Never a trill thing said. Ha ha ha!" Argyle laughed his Mephistophelian tipsy laugh. "They'll teach you to save." Never was such a lot of ripe old savers. Save their old trouser buttons. Go to them if you want to learn to save. Oh, yes, I advise it seriously. You'll lose nothing, not even a reputation. You may lose a soul, of course. But that's a detail, among such a hoard of banknotes and trouser buttons. Ha ha! What's a soul, to them? What is it to you, is perhaps the more pertinent question, said Algy, flapping his eyelids like some crazy owl. It is you who specialize in the matter of soul, and we who are in need of enlightenment. Yes, very true, you are. You are in need of enlightenment. A set of benighted wise virgins. Ha ha ha. That's good, that, benighted wise virgins. What? Argyle put his red face near to Aaron's, and made a moue, narrowing his eyes quizzically as he peered up from under his level grey eyebrows. Sit in the dark to save the lamp oil, and all no good to them. When the bridegroom cometh. Ha ha! Good that. Good, my boy, the bridegroom, he giggled to himself. What about the bridegroom, Algy, my boy? Eh? What about him? Better trim your wick, old man, if it's not too late. We were talking of souls, not wicks, Argyle said. Algy. Same thing. Upon my soul, it all amounts to the same thing. Where's the soul in a man that hasn't got a bedfellow, eh? Answer me that. Can't be done, you know. Might as well ask a virgin chicken to lay you an egg. Then there ought to be a good deal of it about, said Algy. Of what? Of soul. There ought to be a good deal of soul about, because there's a good deal of. You mean. I wish it were so. I wish it were so. But, believe me, there's far more damned chastity in the world than anything else. Even in this town. Call it chastity, if you like. I see nothing in it but sterility. It takes a rat to praise long tails. Impotence set up the praise of chastity, believe me or not, but that's the bottom of it. The virtue is made out of the necessity. Ha ha ha, like them. Like them. Ha ha. Saving their souls. Why, they'd save the waste matter of their bodies if they could. Grieves them to part with it. Ha. Ha, ha. There was a pause. Argyle was in his cups, which left no more to be said. Algy, quivering and angry, looked disconcertingly round the room as if he were quite calm and collected. The deaf Jewish Rosen was smiling down his nose and saying, "What was that last?" I didn't catch that last, cupping his ear with his hand in the frantic hope that someone would answer. No one paid any heed. I shall be going, said Algy, looking round. Then to Aaron he said, You play the flute, I hear. May we hear you some time? Yes, said Aaron, non-committal. Well, look here. Come to tea tomorrow. I shall have some friends, and Del Torre will play the piano. Come to tea tomorrow, will you? Thank you, I will. And perhaps you'll bring your flute along. Don't you do any such thing, my boy. Make them entertain you, for once. They are always squeezing an entertainment out of somebody, and Argyle desperately emptied the remains of Algy's wine into his own glass, whilst Algy stood as if listening to something far off, and blinking terribly. Anyhow, he said at length, you'll come, won't you? And bring the flute if you feel like it. Don't you take that flute, my boy, persisted Argyle. Don't think of such a thing. If they want a concert, let them buy their tickets and go to the Teatro Diana. Or to Marchesa del Torre's Saturday morning. She can afford to treat them. Algy looked at Argyle, and blinked. Well, he said. I hope you'll get home all right, Argyle. Thank you for your courtesy, Algy. Won't you lend me your arm? As Algy was small and frail, somewhat shaky, and as Argyle was a finely built, heavy man of 50 or more, the slap was unkind. Afraid I can't tonight. Good night. Algy departed, so did little me, who had sat with a little delighted disapproval on his tiny, bird-like face, without saying anything. And even the Jew rose and put away his deaf machine and began awkwardly to take his leave. His long nose was smiling to itself complacently at all the things Argyle had been saying. When he, too, had gone, Argyle arched his brows at Aaron, saying, "Oh, my dear fellow, what a lot they are, little me, looking like an innocent little boy. He's over 70 if he's a day. Well over 70. Well, you don't believe me. Ask his mother, ask his mother. She's 95. Old lady of 95, Argyle even laughed himself at his own preposterousness. And then Algy's not a fool, you know. Oh, he can be most entertaining, most witty, and amusing. But he's out of place here. He should be in Kensington, dandling round the ladies' drawing rooms and making his marts. They're rich, you know, the pair of them. Little me used to boast that he lived on 11 and 3 pence a week. Had to, poor chap. But then what does a white mouse like that need? Makes a heavy meal on a cheese paring. Luck, you know, but of course he's come into money as well. Rich as Croesus, and still lives on 19 and 2 pence a week. Though it's nearly double, of course, what it used to be. No wonder he looks anxious. They disapprove of me, oh, quite right from their own point of view. Where would their money be otherwise? It wouldn't last long if I laid hands on it. He made a devilish quizzing face. But you know, they get on my nerves. Little old maids, you know, little old maids. I'm sure I'm surprised at their patience with me. But when people are patient with you, you want to spit gall at them. Don't you? Ha ha ha. Poor old Algy. Did I lay it on him tonight, or did I miss him? I think you got him, said Aaron. He'll never forgive me. Depend on it, he'll never forgive me. Ha ha. I like to be unforgiven. It adds zest to one's intercourse with people, to know that they'll never forgive one. Ha ha ha. Little old maids, who do their knitting with their tongues. Poor old Algy, he drops his stitches now. Ha ha ha, must be 80, I should say. Aaron laughed. He had never met a man like Argyle before, and he could not help being charmed. The other man had a certain wicked whimsicality that was very attractive, when leveled against someone else, and not against oneself. He must have been very handsome in his day, with his natural dignity, and his clean-shaven strong square face. But now his face was all red and softened and inflamed, his eyes had gone small and wicked under his bushy grey brows. Still he had a presence. And his grey hair, almost gone white, was still handsome. "And what are you going to do in Florence?" asked Argyle. Aaron explained. "Well," said Argyle, "make what you can out of them, and then go. Go before they have time to do the dirty on you. If they think you want anything from them, they'll treat you like a dog, like a dog. Oh, they're very frightened of anybody who wants anything of them, frightened to death. I see nothing of them. Live by myself, see nobody. Can't stand it, you know, their silly little tea parties, simply can't stand it. No, I live alone, and shall die alone. At least, I sincerely hope so. I should be sorry to have any of them hanging round." The restaurant was empty. The pale, malarial waiter, he had of course contracted malaria during the war, was looking purple round the eyes. But Argyle callously sat on. Aaron therefore rose to his feet. "Oh, I'm coming," said Argyle. He got unsteadily to his feet. The waiter helped him on with his coat, and he put a disreputable-looking little curly hat on his head. Then he took his stick. "Don't look at my appearance, my dear fellow," said Argyle. "I am frayed at the wrists, look here." He showed the cuffs of his overcoat, just frayed through. "I've got a trunk full of clothes in London, if only somebody would bring it out to me. Ready then. Avanti." And so they passed out into the still rainy street. Argyle lived in the very centre of the town, in the Cathedral Square. Aaron left him at his hotel door. "But come and see me," said Argyle. "Call for me at 12 o'clock, or just before 12, and let us have luncheon together." "What? Is that all right?" "Yes, come just before 12. When? Tomorrow." "Tomorrow morning." "Will you come tomorrow?" Aaron said he would on Monday. "Monday, eh? You say Monday. Very well then. Don't you forget now. Don't you forget. For I've a memory like a vice. I shan't forget. Just before 12 then. And come right up. I'm right under the roof. In paradise, as the porter always says. Siamo nel paradiso. But he's a cretin. As near paradise as I care for it's devilish hot in summer, and damned cold in winter. Don't you forget now, Monday, 12 o'clock. And Argyle pinched Aaron's arm fast, then went unsteadily up the steps to his hotel door. The next day at Algi's there was a crowd. Algi had a very pleasant flat indeed, kept more scrupulously neat and finicking than ever any woman's flat was kept. So today, with its bowls of flowers and its pictures and books and old furniture, and Algi, very nicely dressed, fluttering and blinking and making really a charming host, it was all very delightful to the little mob of visitors. They were a curious lot, it is true, everybody rather exceptional. Which, though it may be startling, is so very much better fun than everybody all alike. Aaron talked to an old Italian elegant in side curls, who peeled off his grey gloves and studied his formalities with a delightful mid-Victorian dash, and told stories about a plaint which Lady Surrey had against Lord Marsh, and was quite incomprehensible. Out rolled the English words, like plums out of a burst bag, and all completely unintelligible. But the old beau was supremely satisfied. He loved talking English, and holding his listeners spellbound. Next to Aaron on the sofa sat the Marchesa del Torre, an American woman from the southern states, who had lived most of her life in Europe. She was about 40 years of age, handsome, well-dressed, and quiet in the buzz of the tea party. It was evident she was one of Algi's lionesses. Now she sat by Aaron, eating nothing, but taking a cup of tea and keeping still. She seemed sad, or not well perhaps. Her eyes were heavy. But she was very carefully made up, and very well dressed, though simply, and sitting there, full-bosomed, rather sad, remote-seeming, she suggested to Aaron a modern Cleopatra brooding, Antony-less. Her husband, the Marchese, was a little intense Italian in a colonel's grey uniform, cavalry, leather gaiters. He had blue eyes, his hair was cut very short, his head looked hard and rather military. He would have been taken for an Austrian officer, or even a German, had it not been for the peculiar Italian sprightliness and touch of grimace in his mobile countenance. He was rather like a gnome, not ugly, but odd. Now he came and stood opposite to Signor di Lanti, and quizzed him in Italian. But it was evident, in quizzing the old buck, the little Marchese was hovering near his wife, in earshot. Algi came up with cigarettes, and she at once began to smoke, with that peculiar heavy intensity of a nervous woman. Aaron did not say anything, did not know what to say. He was peculiarly conscious of the woman sitting next to him, her arm near his. She smoked heavily, in silence, as if abstracted, a sort of cloud on her level, dark brows. Her hair was dark, but a softish brown, not black, and her skin was fair. Her bosom would be white. Why Aaron should have had this thought, he could not for the life of him say. Manfredi, her husband, rolled his blue eyes and grimaced as he laughed at old Lanti. But it was obvious that his attention was diverted sideways, towards his wife. Aaron, who was tired of nursing a teacup, placed it on a table and resumed his seat in silence. But suddenly the little Marchese whipped out his cigarette case, and making a little bow, presented it to Aaron, saying, "Won't you smoke?" "Thank you," said Aaron. "Turkish that side, Virginia there, you see." Thank you, Turkish, said Aaron. The little officer in his dove grey and yellow uniform snapped his box shut again, and presented a light. You are new in Florence, he said, as he presented the match. 4 days, said Aaron. And I hear you are musical. I play the flute, no more. Ah, yes, but then you play it as an artist, not as an accomplishment. But how do you know? Laughed Aaron. I was told so, and I believe it. That's nice of you, anyhow, but you are a musician too. Yes, we are both musicians, my wife and I. Manfredi looked at his wife. She flicked the ash off her cigarette. What sort? Said Aaron. Why, how do you mean, what sort? We are dilettanti, I suppose. No, what is your instrument? The piano. Yes, the pianoforte. And my wife sings. But we are very much out of practice. I have been at the war 4 years, and we have had our home in Paris. My wife was in Paris, she did not wish to stay in Italy alone. And so, you see, everything goes, but you will begin again. Yes. We have begun already. We have music on Saturday mornings. Next Saturday a string quartet, and violin solos by a young Florentine woman, a friend, very good indeed, daughter of our Professor Tortoli, who composes, as you may know. Yes, said Aaron. Would you care to come and hear? Awfully nice if you would, suddenly said the wife, quite simply, as if she had merely been tired, and not talking before. I should like to very much, do come then. While they were making the arrangements, Algy came up in his blandest manner. Now Marchesa, might we hope for a song? No, I don't sing any more, came the slow, contralto reply. Oh, but you can't mean you say that deliberately. Yes, quite deliberately. She threw away her cigarette and opened her little gold case to take another. But what can have brought you to such a disastrous decision? I can't say, she replied, with a little laugh. The war, probably. Oh, but don't let the war deprive us of this, as of everything else. Can't be helped, she said. I have no choice in the matter. The bird has flown, she spoke with a certain heavy languor. You mean the bird of your voice? Oh, but that is quite impossible. One can hear it calling out of the leaves every time you speak. I'm afraid you can't get him to do any more than call out of the leaves. But, pardon me, is it because you don't intend there should be any more song? Is that your intention? That I couldn't say, said the Marchesa, smoking. Yes, said Manfredi. At the present time it is because she will not because she cannot. It is her will, as you say. Dear me, said Algy. But this is really another disaster added to the war list. But, will none of us ever be able to persuade you? He smiled, half cajoling, half pathetic, with a prodigious flapping of his eyes. I don't know, said she. That will be as it must be. Then can't we say it must be song once more? To this sally she merely laughed, and pressed out her half-smoked cigarette. How very disappointing! How very cruel of fate, and the war, and all the sum total of evils, said Algy. Perhaps, here the little and piquant host turned to Aaron. Perhaps, Mr. Sisson, your flute might call out the bird of song. As thrushes call each other into challenge, you know. Don't you think that is very probable? I have no idea, said Aaron. But you, Marchesa, won't you give us hope that it might be so? I've no idea, either, said she. But I should very much like to hear Mr. Sisson's flute. It's an instrument I like extremely. There now. You see you may work the miracle, Mr. Sisson. Won't you play to us? I'm afraid I didn't bring my flute along, said Aaron. I didn't want to arrive with a little bag. Quite, said Algy. What a pity it wouldn't go in your pocket. Not music and all, said Aaron. Dear me. What a comble of disappointment. I never felt so strongly, Marchesa, that the old life and the old world had collapsed. Really, I shall soon have to try to give up being cheerful at all. Don't do that, said the Marchesa. It isn't worth the effort. Ah. I'm glad you find it so. Then I have hope. She merely smiled, indifferent. The tea party began to break up. Aaron found himself going down the stairs with the Marchesa and her husband. They descended all three in silence, husband and wife in front. Once outside the door, the husband asked, "How shall we go home, dear? Tram or carriage?" It was evident he was economical. "Walk," she said, glancing over her shoulder at Aaron. "We are all going the same way, I believe." Aaron said where he lived. They were just across the river. And so all three proceeded to walk through the town. "You are sure it won't be too much for you, too far?" said the little officer, taking his wife's arm solicitously. She was taller than he. But he was a spirited fellow. "No, I feel like walking. So long as you don't have to pay for it afterwards." Aaron gathered that she was not well. Yet she did not look ill, unless it were nerves. She had that peculiar heavy remote quality of preoccupation and neurosis. The streets of Florence were very full this Sunday evening, almost impassable, crowded particularly with gangs of grey-green soldiers. The three made their way brokenly, and with difficulty. The Italian was in a constant state of returning salutes. The grey-green, sturdy, unsoldierly soldiers looked at the woman as she passed. "I am sure you had better take a carriage," said Manfredi. "No, I don't mind it." "Do you feel at home in Florence?" Aaron asked her. "Yes, as much as anywhere." "Oh, yes, quite at home." "Do you like it as well as anywhere?" he asked. "Yes, for a time. Paris for the most part." "Never America?" "No, never America." I came when I was quite a little girl to Europe, Madrid, Constantinople, Paris. I hardly knew America at all. Aaron remembered that Francis had told him, the Marquesas' father had been ambassador to Paris. So you feel you have no country of your own. I have Italy. I am Italian now, you know. Aaron wondered why she spoke so muted, so numbed. Manfredi seemed really attached to her, and she to him. They were so simple with one another. They came towards the bridge where they should part. "Won't you come and have a cocktail?" she said. "Now," said Aaron. "Yes. This is the right time for a cocktail." "What time is it, Manfredi?" "6:30. "Do come and have one with us," said the Italian. "We always take one about this time." Aaron continued with them over the bridge. They had the first floor of an old palazzo opposite, a little way up the hill. A manservant opened the door. "If only it will be warm," she said. "The apartment is almost impossible to keep warm. We will sit in the little room." Aaron found himself in a quite warm room with shaded lights and a mixture of old Italian stiffness and deep soft modern comfort. The Marchesa went away to take off her wraps, and the Marchers chatted with Aaron. The little officer was amiable and kind, and it was evident he liked his guest. "Would you like to see the room where we have music?" he said. "It is a fine room for the purpose. We used before the war to have music every Saturday morning, from 10 to 12, and all friends might come. Usually we had 15 or 20 people. Now we are starting again. I myself enjoy it so much. I am afraid my wife isn't so enthusiastic as she used to be. I wish something would rouse her up, you know. The war seemed to take her life away. Here in Florence are so many amateurs. Very good indeed. We can have very good chamber music indeed. I hope it will cheer her up and make her quite herself again. I was away for such long periods, at the front. And it was not good for her to be alone. I am hoping now all will be better." So saying, the little, odd officer switched on the lights of the long salon. It was a handsome room in the Italian mode of the Empire period. Beautiful old faded tapestry panels, reddish, and some ormolu furniture, and other things mixed in, rather conglomerate, but pleasing, all the more pleasing. It was big, not too empty, and seemed to belong to human life, not to show and shut-upness. The host was happy showing it. "Of course the flat in Paris is more luxurious than this," he said. "But I prefer this. I prefer it here." There was a certain wistfulness as he looked round, then began to switch off the lights. They returned to the little saletta. The Marchesa was seated in a low chair. She wore a very thin white blouse, that showed her arms and her throat. She was a full-breasted, soft-skinned woman, though not stout. "Make the cocktails then, Manfredi," she said. "Do you find this room very cold?" she asked of Aaron. "Not a bit cold," he said. The stove goes all the time, she said, but without much effect. You wear such thin clothes, he said. Ah, no, the stove should give heat enough. Do sit down. Will you smoke? There are cigarettes, and cigars, if you prefer them. No, I've got my own, thanks. She took her own cigarette from her gold case. It is a fine room, for music, the big room, said he. Yes, quite. Would you like to play for us sometime, do you think? Do you want me to? I mean, does it interest you? What, the flute? No, music altogether, music altogether. Well, I used to love it. Now, I'm not sure. Manfredi lives for it, almost. For that and nothing else? Asked Aaron. No, no. No, no. Other things as well. But you don't like it much anymore. I don't know. Perhaps I don't. I'm not sure. You don't look forward to the Saturday mornings? He asked. Perhaps I don't, but for Manfredi's sake, of course, I do. But for his sake more than my own, I admit. And I think he knows it. A crowd of people in one's house, said Aaron. Yes, the people. But it's not only that. It's the music itself. I think I can't stand it anymore. I don't know. Too emotional. Too much feeling for you. Yes, perhaps. But no. What I can't stand is chords, you know, harmonies. A number of sounds all sounding together. It just makes me ill. It makes me feel so sick. What, do you want discords, dissonances? No, they are nearly as bad. No, it's just when any number of musical notes, different notes, come together, harmonies or discords. Even a single chord struck on the piano. It makes me feel sick. I just feel as if I should retch. Isn't it strange? Of course, I don't tell Manfredi. It would be too cruel to him. It would cut his life in two. But then why do you have the music, the Saturdays, then? Oh, I just keep out of the way as much as possible. I'm sure you feel there is something wrong with me, that I take it as I do, she added, as if anxious, but half ironical. No, I was just wondering. I believe I feel something the same myself. I know orchestra makes me blind with hate or I don't know what. But I want to throw bombs. There now. It does that to me, too. Only now it has fairly got me down, and I feel nothing but helpless nausea. You know, like when you are seasick. Her dark blue, heavy, haunted-looking eyes were resting on him as if she hoped for something. He watched her face steadily, a curious intelligence flickering on his own. Yes, he said. I understand it. And I know, at the bottom, I'm like that. But I keep myself from realizing, don't you know? Else perhaps, where should I be? Because I make my life and my living at it, as well. At music. Do you? But how bad for you. But perhaps the flute is different. I have a feeling that it is. I can think of one single pipe note, yes, I can think of it quite calmly. And I can't even think of the piano, or of the violin with its tremolo, or of orchestra, or of a string quartet, or even a military band. I can't think of it without a shudder. I can only bear drum and fife. Isn't it crazy of me? But from what we call music proper, I've endured too much. But bring your flute one day. Bring it, will you? And let me hear it quite alone. Quite alone. I think it might do me an awful lot of good. I do, really. I can imagine it. She closed her eyes and her strange, sing-song lapsing voice came to an end. She spoke almost like one in a trance, or a sleepwalker. I've got it now in my overcoat pocket, he said, if you like. Have you? Yes. She was never hurried, always slow and resonant, so that the echoes of her voice seemed to linger. Yes, do get it. Do get it. And play in the other room, quite without accompaniment. Do, and try me. And you will tell me what you feel. Yes. Aaron went out to his overcoat. When he returned with his flute, which he was screwing together, Manfredi had come with the tray and the 3 cocktails. The Marchesa took her glass. Listen, Manfredi, she said. Mr. Sisson is going to play, quite alone in the sala. And I am going to sit here and listen. Very well, said Manfredi. Drink your cocktail first. Are you going to play without music? Yes, said Aaron. I'll just put on the lights for you. No, leave it dark. Enough light will come in from here. Sure, said Manfredi. Yes. The little soldier was an intruder at the moment. Both the others felt it so. But they bore him no grudge. They knew it was they who were exceptional, not he. Aaron swallowed his drink, and looked towards the door. Sit down, Manfredi. Sit still, said the Marchesa. Won't you let me try some accompaniment, said the soldier. No, I shall just play a little thing from memory, said Aaron. Sit down, dear. Sit down, said the Marchesa to her husband. He seated himself obediently. The flash of bright yellow on the grey of his uniform seemed to make him like a chaffinch or a gnome. Aaron retired to the other room, and waited a while, to get back the spell which connected him with the woman, and gave the two of them this strange isolation, beyond the bounds of life, as it seemed. He caught it again. And there, in the darkness of the big room, he put his flute to his lips, and began to play. It was a clear, sharp, lilted run and fall of notes, not a tune in any sense of the word, and yet a melody, a bright, quick sound of pure animation, a bright, quick, animate noise, running and pausing. It was like a bird singing, in that it had no human emotion or passion or intention or meaning, a ripple and poise of animate sound. But it was unlike a bird singing, in that the notes followed clear and single one after the other, in their subtle gallop. A nightingale is rather like that, a wild sound. To read all the human pathos into nightingales' singing is nonsense. A wild, savage, non-human lurch and squander of sound, beautiful, but entirely unaesthetic. What Aaron was playing was not of his own invention. It was a bit of medieval phrasing written for the pipe and the viol. It made the piano seem a ponderous, nerve-wracking steamroller of noise, and the violin, as we know it, a hateful wire-drawn nerve torturer. After a little while, when he entered the smaller room again, the Marchesa looked full into his face. "Good," she said. "Good." And a gleam almost of happiness seemed to light her up. She seemed like one who had been kept in a horrible enchanted castle, for years and years. Oh, a horrible enchanted castle, with wet walls of emotions and ponderous chains of feelings and a ghastly atmosphere of must-be. She felt she had seen through the opening door a crack of sunshine, and thin, pure, light outside air, outside, beyond this dank and beastly dungeon of feelings and moral necessity. Ah, she shuddered convulsively at what had been. She looked at her little husband. Chains of necessity all round him, a little jailer. Yet she was fond of him. If only he would throw away the castle keys. He was a little gnome. What did he clutch the castle keys so tight for? Aaron looked at her. He knew that they understood one another, he and she. Without any moral necessity or any other necessity. Outside, they had got outside the castle of so-called human life. Outside the horrible, stinking human castle of life. A bit of true, limpid freedom. Just a glimpse. "Charming," said the Marchese. "Truly charming." "But what was it you played?" Aaron told him. "But truly delightful. I say, won't you play for us one of these Saturdays? And won't you let me take the accompaniment? I should be charmed if you would." "All right," said Aaron. "Do drink another cocktail," said his hostess. He did so. And then he rose to leave. "Will you stay to dinner?" said the Marchesa. "We have 2 people coming, 2 Italian relatives of my husband." But, no, Aaron declined to stay to dinner. "Then won't you come on, let me see, on Wednesday? Do come on Wednesday. We are alone. And do bring the flute. Come at 6:30, as today, will you?" Yes. Aaron promised, and then he found himself in the street. It was 7:30. Instead of returning straight home, he crossed the Ponte Vecchio and walked straight into the crowd. The night was fine now. He had his overcoat over his arm, and in a sort of trance or frenzy, whirled away by his evening's experience, and by the woman, he strode swiftly forward, hardly heeding anything, but rushing blindly on through all the crowd, carried away by his own feelings, as much as if he had been alone, and all these many people merely trees. Leaving the Piazza Vittorio Emanuele, a gang of soldiers suddenly rushed round him, buffeting him in one direction, whilst another gang, swinging round the corner, threw him back helpless again into the midst of the first gang. For some moments he struggled among the rude, brutal little mob of grey-green coarse uniforms that smelled so strong of soldiers. Then, irritated, he found himself free again, shaking himself and passing on towards the cathedral. Irritated, he now put on his overcoat and buttoned it to the throat, closing himself in, as it were, from the brutal insolence of the Sunday night mob of men. Before, he had been walking through them in a rush of naked feeling, all exposed to their tender mercies. He now gathered himself together. As he was going home, suddenly, just as he was passing the Bargello, he stopped. He stopped, and put his hand to his breast pocket. His letter case was gone. He had been robbed. It was as if lightning ran through him at that moment, as if a fluid electricity rushed down his limbs, through the sluice of his knees, and out at his feet, leaving him standing there almost unconscious. For a moment unconscious and superconscious he stood there. He had been robbed. They had put their hand in his breast and robbed him. If they had stabbed him, it could hardly have had a greater effect on him. And he had known it. He had known it. When the soldiers jostled him so evilly they robbed him. And he knew it. He had known it as if it were fate. Even as if it were fated beforehand. Feeling quite weak and faint, as if he had really been struck by some evil electric fluid, he walked on. And as soon as he began to walk, he began to reason. Perhaps his letter case was in his other coat. Perhaps he had not had it with him at all. Perhaps he was feeling all this, just for nothing. Perhaps it was all folly. He hurried forward. He wanted to make sure. He wanted relief. It was as if the power of evil had suddenly seized him and thrown him, and he wanted to say it was not so, that he had imagined it all, conjured it up. He did not want to admit the power of evil, particularly at that moment. For surely a very ugly evil spirit had struck him, in the midst of that gang of Italian soldiers. He knew it, it had pierced him. It had got him. But he wanted to say it was not so. Reaching the house, he hastened upwards to his far-off, lonely room, through the dark corridors. Once in his own apartment, he shut the door and switched on the light, a sensation like fear at his heart. Then he searched his other pockets. He looked everywhere. In vain. In vain, truly enough. For he knew the thing was stolen. He had known it all along. The soldiers had deliberately plotted, had deliberately rushed him and taken his purse. They must have watched him previously. They must have grinned, and jeered at him. He sat down in a chair, to recover from the shock. The pocketbook contained 400 francs, 3 £1 notes, and various letters and private effects. Well, these were lost. But it was not so much the loss as the assault on his person that caused him to feel so stricken. He felt the jeering, gibing blows they had given as they jostled him. And now he sat, weak in every limb, and said to himself, "Yes, and if I hadn't rushed along so full of feeling, if I hadn't exposed myself, if I hadn't got worked up with the Marchesa, and then rushed all kindled through the streets, without reserve, it would never have happened. I gave myself away, and there was someone ready to snatch what I gave. I gave myself away. It is my own fault. I should have been on my guard. I should be always on my guard, always, always. With God and the devil both, I should be on my guard. Godly or devilish, I should hold fast to my reserve and keep on the watch. And if I don't, I deserve what I get." But still he sat in his chair in his bedroom, dazed. One part of his soul was saying emphatically, "It serves you right. It is nothing but right. It serves everybody right who rushes enkindled through the street, and trusts implicitly in mankind and in the life spirit, as if mankind and the life spirit were a playground for enkindled individuals. It serves you right. You have paid about £12 for your lesson. Fool, you might have known beforehand, and then you needn't have paid at all. You can ill afford £12, you fool. But since paid you have, then mind the lesson is learned. Never again. Never expose yourself again. Never again absolute trust. It is a blasphemy against life, is absolute trust. Has a wild creature ever absolute trust? It minds itself. Sleeping or waking it is on its guard. And so must you be, or you'll go under. Sleeping or waking, man or woman, God or the devil, keep your guard over yourself. Keep your guard over yourself, lest worse befall you. No man is robbed unless he incites a robber. No man is murdered unless he attracts a murderer. Then be not robbed, it lies within your own power. And be not murdered. Or if you are, you deserve it. Keep your guard over yourself, now, always and forever. Yes, against God quite as hard as against the devil. He's fully as dangerous to you. Thus thinking, not in his mind but in his soul, his active, living soul, he gathered his equanimity once more, and accepted the fact. So he rose and tidied himself for dinner. His face was now set, and still. His heart also was still, and fearless. Because its sentinel was stationed. Stationed forever. And Aaron never forgot. After this, it became essential to him to feel that the sentinel stood guard in his own heart. He felt a strange unease the moment he was off his guard. Asleep or awake, in the midst of the deepest passion or the suddenest love, or in the throes of greatest excitement or bewilderment, somewhere, some corner of himself was awake to the fact that the sentinel of the soul must not sleep, no, never, not for one instant. Chapter 17. High up over the cathedral square Aaron and Lily sat in Argyle's little loggia, High up under the eaves of the small hotel, a sort of long attic terrace just under the roof, where no one would have suspected it. It was level with the grey conical roof of the baptistery. Here sat Aaron and Lily in the afternoon, in the last of the lovely autumn sunshine. Below, the square was already cold in shadow. The pink and white and green baptistery rose lantern-shaped as from some seashore, cool, cold and wan now the sun was gone. Black figures, innumerable black figures, curious because they were all on end, up on end. Aaron could not say why he expected them to be horizontal, little black figures upon end, like fishes that swim on their tails, wiggled endlessly across the piazza. Little carriages on natural all fours rattled tinily across. The yellow little tramcars, like dogs, slipped round the corner. The balcony was so high up that the sound was ineffectual. The upper space, above the houses, was nearer than the undercurrents of the noisy town. Sunlight, lovely full sunlight, lingered warm and still on the balcony. It caught the facade of the cathedral sideways, like the tips of a flower, and sideways lit up the stem of Giotto's tower, like a lily stem, or a long, lovely pale pink and white and green pistil of the lily of the cathedral. Florence, the flowery town. Firenze, the flowery town, the red lilies. The Fiorentini, the flower sold. Flowers with good roots in the mud and muck, as should be, and fearless blossoms in air, like the cathedral and the tower and the David. I love it, said Lily. I love this place, I love the cathedral and the tower. I love its pinkness and its paleness. The Gothic souls find fault with it, and say it is gimcrack and tawdry and cheap. But I love it. It is delicate and rosy, and the dark stripes are as they should be, like the tiger marks on a pink lily. It's a lily, not a rose, a pinky white lily with dark tiger-y marks. And heavy, too, in its own substance, earth substance, risen from earth into the air, and never forgetting the dark, black fierce earth. I reckon here men for a moment were themselves, as a plant in flower is for the moment completely itself. Then it goes off. As Florence has gone off. No flowers now. But it has flowered. And I don't see why a race should be like an aloe tree, flower once and die. Why should it? Why not flower again? Why not? If it's going to, it will, said Aaron. Our deciding about it won't alter it. The decision is part of the business. Here they were interrupted by Argyle, who put his head through one of the windows. He had flecks of lather on his reddened face. Do you think you're wise now, he said, to sit in that sun? In November, laughed Lily. Always fear the sun when there's an R in the month, said Argyle. Always fear it, R or no R, I say. I'm frightened of it. I've been in the south, I know what it is. I tell you I'm frightened of it. But if you think you can stand it, well, it won't last much longer, anyhow, said Lily. Too long for me, my boy. I'm a shady bird, in all senses of the word, in all senses of the word. Now are you comfortable? What? Have another cushion? A rug for your knees. You're quite sure now? Well, wait just one moment till the waiter brings up a siphon, and you shall have a whiskey and soda. Precious, oh, yes, very precious these days, like drinking gold. 35 lire a bottle, my boy. Argyle pulled a long face, and made a noise with his lips. But I had this bottle given me, and luckily you've come while there's a drop left. Very glad you have. Very glad you have. Here he poked a little table through the window, and put a bottle and 2 glasses, one a tooth glass, upon it. Then he withdrew again to finish shaving. The waiter presently hobbled up with the siphon and 3rd glass. Argyle pushed his head through the window, that was only a little higher than the balcony. He was soon neatly shaved, and was brushing his hair. Go ahead, my boys, go ahead with that whiskey, he said. We'll wait for you, said Lily. No, no, don't think of it. However, if you will, I shall be 1 minute only, 1 minute only. I'll put on the water for the tea now. Oh, damned bad methylated spirit they sell now. And 6 francs a litre. 6 francs a litre. I don't know what I'm going to do. The air I breathe costs money nowadays. Just 1 moment and I'll be with you. Just 1 moment. In a very little while he came from the tiny attic bedroom, through the tiniest cupboard of a sitting room under the eaves, where his books were, and where he had hung his old red India tapestries, or silk embroideries, and he emerged there up above the world on the loggia. Now then, siamo nel paradiso, eh? Paradisal enough for you, is it? The devil looking over Lincoln, said Lily, laughing, glancing up into Argyle's face. The devil looking over Florence would feel sad, said Argyle. The place is fast growing respectable, oh, piety makes the devil chuckle. But respectability, my boy, argues a serious diminution of spunk. And when the spunk diminishes, it's enough to make the most sturdy devil look sick. What? No doubt about it, no doubt whatever. There, he had just finished settling his tie and buttoning his waistcoat. How do I look, eh? Presentable. I've just had this suit turned. Clever little tailor across the way there. But he charged me 120 francs. Argyle pulled a face, and made the little trumping noise with his lips. However, not bad, is it? He had to let in a bit at the back of the waistcoat, and a gusset, my boy, a gusset, in the trousers back. Seems I've grown in the arsal region. Well, well, might do worse. Is it all right? Lily eyed the suit. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Such a good cloth. That makes all the difference. Oh, my dear fellow, all the difference. This suit is 11 years old, 11 years old. But beautiful English cloth, before the war, before the war. It looks quite wonderfully expensive and smart now, said Lily. Expensive and smart, eh? Ha ha ha. Well, it cost me 120 francs to have it turned, and I found that expensive enough. Well, now, come, here Argyle's voice took on a new gauge here. A whiskey and soda, Lily. Say when. Oh, nonsense, nonsense. You're going to have double that. You're no lily of the valley here, remember. Not with me. Not likely. Siamo nel paradiso, remember. But why should we drink your whiskey? Tea would do for us just as well. Not likely. Not likely. When I have the pleasure of your company, my boy, we drink a glass of something, unless I am utterly stripped. Say when, Aaron. When said Aaron. Argyle at last seated himself heavily in a small chair. The sun had left the loggia, but was glowing still on Giotto's tower and the top of the cathedral facade, and on the remote a great red-tiled dome. Look at my little red monthly rose, said Argyle. Wonderful little fellow. I wouldn't have anything happen to him for the world. Oh, a Bacchic little chap. I made Pasquale wear a wreath of them on his hair. Very becoming they were, very. Oh, I've had a charming show of flowers. Wonderful creatures sunflowers are. They got up and put their heads over the balcony, looking down on the square below. Oh, great fun, great fun. Yes, I had a charming show of flowers, charming. Zinnias, petunias, ranunculus, sunflowers, white stocks, oh, charming. Look at that bit of honeysuckle. You see the berries where his flowers were. Delicious scent, I assure you. Under the little balcony wall Argyle had put square red-tiled pots, all round, and in these still bloomed a few pansies and asters, whilst in a corner a monthly rose hung flowers like round blood drops. Argyle was as tidy and scrupulous in his tiny rooms and his balcony as if he were a first-rate seaman on a yacht. Lily remarked on this. Do you see signs of the old maid coming out in me? Oh, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. We all end that way. Age makes old maids of us all. And Tanny is all right, you say? Bring her to see me. Why didn't she come today? You know you don't like people unless you expect them. Oh, but my dear fellow, you and Tanny, you'd be welcome if you came at my busiest moment. Of course you would. I'd be glad to see you if you interrupted me at any crucial moment. I am alone now till August. Then we shall go away together somewhere. But you and Tanny, why, there's the world, and there's Lily, that's how I put it, my boy. All right, Argyle. Horflich-Keaton. What? Garkeen Horflich-Keaton. Warahaf Tiger Kale bin ich. When am I going to see Tanny? When are you coming to dine with me? After you've dined with us, say the day after tomorrow. Right you are. Delighted. Let me look if that water's boiling. He got up and poked half himself inside the bedroom. Not yet. Damned filthy methylated spirit they sell. Look, said Lily. There's Del Torre. Like some sort of midge, in that damned grey and yellow uniform. I can't stand it, I tell you. I can't stand the sight of any more of these uniforms. Like a blight on the human landscape. Like a blight. Like green flies on rose trees, smother flies. Europe's got the smother fly in these infernal shoddy militarists. Del Torre's coming out of it as soon as he can, said Lily. I should think so, too. I like him myself, very much. Look, he's seen us. He wants to come up, Argyle. What, in that uniform? I'll see him in his grandmother's crinoline first. Don't be fanatical, it's bad taste. Let him come up a minute. Not for my sake, but for yours, he shall. Argyle stood at the parapet of the balcony and waved his arm. Yes, come up, he said, come up, you little misgaffer, what the Americans call a bug. Come up and be damned. Of course Del Torre was too far off to hear this exhortation. Lily also waved to him, and watched him pass into the doorway far below. I'll rinse one of these glasses for him, said Argyle. The March's step was heard on the stone stairs, then his knock. Come in. Come in, cried Argyle from the bedroom, where he was rinsing the glass. The Marchess entered, grinning with his curious, half-courteous greeting. Go through, cried Argyle. Go on to the loggia, and mind your head. Good heavens, mind your head in that doorway. The Marchess just missed the top of the doorway as he climbed the abrupt steps onto the loggia. There he greeted Lily and Aaron with hearty handshakes. Very glad to see you, very glad, indeed, he cried, grinning with excited courtesy and pleasure, and covering Lily's hand with both his own gloved hands. When did you come to Florence? There was a little explanation. Argyle shoved the last chair, it was a luggage stool, through the window. All I can do for you in the way of a chair, he said. Ah, that is all right, said the Marchess. Well, it is very nice up here, and very nice company. Of the very best in Florence. The highest, anyhow, said Argyle grimly, as he entered with the glass. Have a whiskey and soda, Del Torre. It's the bottom of the bottle, as you see. The bottom of the bottle. Then I start with the tail end, yes. He stretched his blue eyes so that the whites showed all round, and grinned a wide, gnome-like grin. You made that start long ago, my dear fellow. Don't play the ingenue with me, you know it won't work. Say when, my man, say when. Yes, when, said Del Torre. When did I make that start, then? At some unmentionably young age. Chickens such as you soon learn to cheep. Chickens such as I soon learn to cheep, repeated Del Torre, pleased with the verbal play. What is cheap, please? What is to cheep? Cheap. Cheap, squeaked Argyle, making a face at the little Italian, who was perched on one strap of the luggage stool. It's what chickens say when they're poking their little noses into new adventures, naughty ones. Are chickens naughty? Oh. I thought they could only be good. Featherless chickens like yourself, my boy. Oh, as for Featherless, then there is no saying what they will do. And here the Marchese turned away from Argyle with the inevitable question to Lily, well, and how long will you stay in Florence? Lily did not know, but he was not leaving immediately. Good. Then you will come and see us at once. Argyle rose once more, and went to make the tea. He shoved a lump of cake, or rather Painton, good currant loaf, through the window, with a knife to cut it. Help yourselves to the Painton, he said. Eat it up. The tea is coming at once. You'll have to drink it in your glasses, there's only one old cup. The Marchese cut the cake, and offered pieces. The two men took and ate. So you have already found Mr. Sisson, said Del Torre to Lily. Ran straight into him in the Via Nazionale, said Lily. Oh, one always runs into everybody in Florence. We are all already acquainted, also with the flute. That is a great pleasure. So I think. Does your wife like it, too? Very much, indeed. She is quite éprise. I, too, shall have to learn to play it. And run the risk of spoiling the shape of your mouth, like Elspide's. Is there a risk? Yes. Then I shan't play it. My mouth is too beautiful. But Mr. Sisson has not spoiled his mouth. Not yet, said Lily. Give him time. Is he also afraid, like Elspide's? Are you, Aaron? Said Lily. What? Afraid of spoiling your beauty by screwing your mouth to the flute? I look a fool, do I, when I'm playing, said Aaron. Only the least little bit in the world, said Lily. The way you prance your head, you know, like a horse. Ah, well, said Aaron. I've nothing to lose. And were you surprised, Lily, to find your friend here? Asked Del Torre. I ought to have been. But I wasn't really. Then you expected him? No. It came naturally, though. But why did you come, Aaron? What exactly brought you? Accident, said Aaron. Ah, no. No. There is no such thing as accident, said the Italian. A man is drawn by his fate, where he goes. You are right, said Argyle, who came now with the teapot. A man is drawn, or driven. Driven, I've found it. Ah, my dear fellow, what is life but a search for a friend? A search for a friend, that sums it up. Or a lover, said the Marchese, grinning. Same thing. Same thing. My hair is white, but that is the sum of my whole experience. The search for a friend. There was something at once real and sentimental in Argyle's tone. And never finding, said Lily, laughing. Oh, what would you? Often finding. Often finding. And losing, of course. A life's history. Give me your glass. Miserable tea, but nobody has sent me any from England, and you will go on till you die, Argyle, said Lily. Always seeking a friend, and always a new one. If I lose the friend I've got. Ah, my dear fellow, in that case I shall go on seeking. I hope so, I assure you. Something will be very wrong with me, if ever I sit friendless and make no search. But, Argyle, there is a time to leave off. To leave off what? To leave off what? Having friends, or a friend, rather, or seeking to have one. Oh, no. Not at all, my friend. Not at all. Only death can make an end of that, my friend. Only death. And I should say, not even death. Not even death ends a man's search for a friend. That is my belief. You may hang me for it, but I shall never alter. Nay, said Lily. There is a time to love, and a time to leave off loving. All I can say to that is that my time to leave off hasn't come yet, said Argyle, with obstinate feeling. Ah, yes, it has. It is only a habit and an idea you stick to. Indeed, it is no such thing. Indeed, it is no such thing. It is a profound desire and necessity, and what is more, a belief. An obstinate persistency, you mean, said Lily. Well, call it so if it pleases you. It is by no means so to me. There was a brief pause. The sun had left the cathedral dome and the tower, the sky was full of light, the square swimming in shadow. But can a man live, said the Marchese, without having something he lives for, something he wishes for, or longs for, and tries that he may get? Impossible. Completely impossible, said Argyle. Man is a seeker, and except as such, he has no significance, no importance. He bores me with his seeking, said Lily. He should learn to possess himself, to be himself, and keep still. Perhaps so, said Aaron. Only, but my dear boy, believe me, a man is never himself save in the supreme state of love, or perhaps hate, too, which amounts to the same thing. Never really